Good morning. With the permission of all who are gathered here, I declare open the 354th session of the ACPR. The Secretariat has been notified of a number of new and departing ACPR members. The welcome and farewell list, ACPR/354/WFL/1, has been uploaded to the ACPR website for your information. On behalf of all ACPR members, I wish to welcome and bid farewells to those representatives. Allow me to recognize, of course, the ambassadors and all permanent representatives, especially of Cambodia, Myanmar, Republic of Korea, who are who are coming to join us, including Vietnam and the departing ambassador and permanent representative of Vietnam, who's joined us to the ACPR group. The provisional agenda of this session has been circulated in document ACPR/354/2 Rev 1. Are there any comments from delegations on the proposed agenda? I see none. If there are none, I declare the agenda adopted. Going to the next agenda, I'm pleased to invite Ms. Shamshad Akhtar, Executive Secretary of ASCAP, to deliver her opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Kasing Wangdi. It's a real pleasure to once again be with you all. I'd like to also recognize other excellencies, distinguished members of ACPR, and ladies and gentlemen. Being now 6 months at job, I'm proud to report some key accomplishments of ASCAP. The report I'm going to present builds on the report offered during the first phase of the Regional Commission, as well as some prior ACPR meetings that I have attended. First point that I'd like to talk about is that the Regional Commission has conducted quite a few high-profile and successful events in the last few months. One on the substance of sustainable development, and another on its critical means of implementation. Second, I've had few strategic bilateral visits which ought to lay foundation for a more solid and substantive engagement with few member states, and I plan to conduct few more before the end of this year. Third, preparation for the main event of Regional Commission event are proceeding smoothly, and with your blessings and kind support, this should help focus on few additional key resolutions and allow us the opportunity to discuss a number of other development and thematic issues, and some of which you have in particular asked for, particularly the topic of regional connectivity. Fourth, I believe I have managed to maintain a certain degree of momentum on strategization of our delivery of output and strengthening its quality, as has been evident from the last couple of events. So let me talk about first the Asia-Pacific Sustainable Development Forum. This forum was co-hosted by the Royal Thai government in Pattaya. We appreciate the support of Thailand as well as other governments and the leadership shown by the co-chairs, which contributed to the success of this event. After consultations, countries have coalesced now around 7 overarching priorities and concerns for sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. These are: 1, eradicating poverty and narrowing inequality. 2, pursuing sustained and inclusive economic growth. 3, gender equality and women's empowerment. 4th, building resilience to multiple shocks, and in particular, the shocks caused by natural disasters, as well as the other types of shocks caused by men, which are man-made. 5th, responding, of course, to the population dynamics and urbanization challenges. 6th, enhancing resource efficiency and natural resource management. And 7th, deepening regional integration and connectivity while recognizing the sustainable development priorities of ACPR region and its subregions. Guidance was also provided to ACPR to position itself to deal with means of implementation. In this context, this event requested to evolve supportive institutional mechanism such as a new committee on science, technology, and innovation, and a new committee on financing for development. South-South cooperation in these two areas will play a vital part in ensuring that countries develop the means necessary to pursue a sustainable development agenda. Member States call for the forum to lead progress of the implementation of the SDGs and the establishment of a new knowledge platform inclusive of UN agencies, academia, and key stakeholders. More recently, all regional commissions have been requested to organize consultations on an accountability framework for the post-2015 development agenda. The forthcoming regional commission now integrates this topic for deliberations over 5th to 6th August 2014. Secretary of the Commission will elaborate on agenda items 5 and 9, including perspectives on the forum's engagement with the Commission. Let me touch now upon another very high-profile event, the Asia-Pacific Sustainable Development Financing Outreach. This event was organized, besides its own benefits for the region, to support the work of the 30-member expert committee on sustainable financing. This event was held in Jakarta from 10th to 11th of June 2014. First, my deep appreciation of the government of Indonesia, and in particular Mr. Basri, the Minister of Finance of Indonesia, for hosting this event in the Ministry of Finance. The event was widely appreciated by all stakeholders, and it was very heartening to note that we had 70 speakers, including ministers of finance and their deputies, as well as several central bank governors, including from 12 less developed countries and small island developing countries. There were also private fund managers, representatives of civil societies, representatives of multilateral development banks, and they all proactively participated in the various panels. I would also like to recognize support provided by the governments of Kazakhstan, the Russian Federation, and Switzerland for generously supporting this event. Last but not the least, I want to thank more than 30 member states that participated in the meeting. The enthusiasm and the high level of representation at the meeting was clear proof of countries' commitment to sustainable development and its financing. I would like to draw your attention to ACPR's background paper and presentations, which are available on our website. And these were highly appreciated for their depth and breadth and rigor in bringing all pertinent issues of financing. I was told by the co-chairs of the 30-member committee that this was the best regional event organized. They have attended other regional events already in the past. The meeting covered prospects and challenges facing the region in unleashing the potential of untapped and locked resources. There was a broad consensus that there is a great potential to tap domestic resource mobilization, both through reforms of tax systems and strengthening of domestic capital markets, as well as effective intermediation of the regional pool of savings and wealth to finance not only Asia-Pacific's, but global requirements that are quite large for the Sustainable Development Agenda. To address the challenge of mobilizing these savings, the session in particular agreed on a number of things, but I'm going to really talk only of 2 items, which really are the heart of the recommendations. One, the need to mainstream sustainable development into the budgetary process. The fiscalization of the needs and sustainable development implies mobilizing additional domestic resources and prioritizing and rationalizing public expenditures so that they are instrumental in promoting economic development, enhancing social inclusion, and addressing climate finance needs. 2, the need for developing and deepening the region's capital markets to better serve the real economy. Besides enhancing and augmenting the depth and breadth of these markets, there's need to strengthen governance and regulations of the securities markets. There is need to develop domestic institutional industry, such as pension funds and asset management firms, to provide liquidity to financial markets and cater to the demand for innovative financial products which can help serve finance infrastructure, social and economic development goals, which will be soon agreed upon. More about this meeting's outcome will be discussed under Agenda Item 10. Let me now turn to the other topic. As you know, right after the Asia-Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development, the Phase 1 of the 70th session of the Commission was held with your kind support, and it covered a range of critical management and administrative issues. The Regional Commission, as you know, adopted 2 resolutions and 7 decisions. This has enabled the Secretariat to get a head start on important work for the next couple of years. The Secretary of the Commission will elaborate on the outcome of Phase 1, the program for Phase 2, and the ministerial portion of the Commission session. Mr. Chair, Excellencies and colleagues, I would now like to turn to the official missions that I talked about, that I undertook to foster our bilateral relationship. And this really covered 3 ASCAP member states. In March of this year, I visited Singapore, addressed the UN Leaders Program on UN leadership, challenges, trends, and opportunities, and discussed with senior officials of Singapore avenues for future collaboration. In my view, most promising is the need for sharing the experience and benefiting from achievements of Singapore in the science and technology research, sustainable development of urban and city centers, financing for sustainable development and connectivity, particularly within the ASEAN 2015 plan, climate change studies, and in providing a platform for sharing the Singapore experience. We also managed to get the deputy to visit Singapore, and he attended a number of forums, particularly the one on urban cities development. I also managed to go to Kazakhstan, where, with support of our PR, I met with the Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Economy and Budget and Planning, and several other senior officials to discuss various aspects of strengthening regional economic integration in North and Central Asia, as well as more broadly fostering our cooperation with Kazakhstan in a number of areas. As indicated, I'd like to reiterate my thanks to the Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Kazakhstan here in Bangkok and his colleagues for facilitating the trip, which was undoubtedly not only my first trip, but the most successful in its outcomes. You will soon see the results of this engagement. Simultaneously, I attended the 47th annual meeting of the Board of Governors of the Asian Development Bank in Astana. There, I participated in a number of events as a panelist or speaker. First of all, I was invited to discuss with our host, government of Kazakhstan, on a number of economic, financial, and public policy issues which relate to attracting investment to the country and the importance of the leadership in Central Asia and wider region. Also, I was invited to attend a regional plenary session of the World Anti-Crisis Conference that focused on comprehensive strategies to revive growth and consider the World Anti-Crisis Plan project for UN member states. This is an initiative of Government of Kazakhstan. I was also requested to attend a seminar to discuss the importance of mid-course correction in development, which focused on such issues as the importance of better integrating ADB's future investments to address all three pillars of sustainable development through inclusive job-generating growth. This was basically an evaluation report of Asian Development Bank's lending. Further, I was invited to participate in a luncheon seminar sponsored by Standard & Poor's that addressed the outlook for regional integration. In particular, it focused on the challenges of energy challenges and opportunities. Fifth, I participated in a joint SCAP and ADB seminar about finance issues for post-2015 development agenda, lessons learned from the MDGs, and focus on SDGs. Lastly, I participated on the request of the President of Asian Development Bank in the CNBC television debate, which was moderated by Susan Lee. Amongst the panelists were myself, the President of the Asian Development Bank, the Indonesian Minister of Finance, Mr. Basri, the Chief Economist of Standard & Poor's for Asia. The main issue and the question posed to all of us was, what are the primary sources of risks to Asian economies, especially US monetary policy, China's macroeconomic policies and its rebalancing, and what are the measures available to these countries to mitigate risks. This CNBC debate, I understand, was telecasted. Further details can be obtained from our colleagues. Following this trip, I attended on the request of some stakeholders in China, the China Financial Summit 2014 and the International High-Tech Expo in Beijing, which was a prelude to my official visit to China. The speaking and the presentation notes of mine for these two high-profile events are available also on our website. With this, let me turn to the most substantive visit of mine from 3rd to 6th June, when China hosted my first official visit. It was indeed a privilege to be greeted with the warmth that I was greeted with, and with the support of the ambassador and PR to help organize high-level meetings. With their support, I was able to call on the Vice Chair of the National Development Reform Commission, the State Councillor Yang Chechi, who's the former Finance Minister, along with Vice Ministers from a range of ministries and agencies. What struck me in all my discussions was China's leadership and commitment to implementing its sustainable development agenda, as well as promoting financing for regional connectivity and integration. There was also a consistent message from China that it viewed ACPR as an important player and organization for discussing regional concerns and developments and for forging a region-wide approach to these issues. Getting this kind of support from the largest regional economy, to me, is very heartening, and it lends me confidence that with our continued deliveries, we should be able to tap more cooperation from China for the benefit of the region. We therefore look forward, and also I believe we had some agreements on engaging more with China in a number of activities, particularly in ways for it to share its experience and architecture for sustainable development, and to develop partnership with other members of the Commission. I would like to extend my personal thanks to Mr. Lee, the permanent representative here in Bangkok, and his team for all the efforts that were put in to facilitate my visit. Let me touch now upon my visit to Jakarta, along with the discussion on sustainable financing. I also was able to call on a few high-level ranking ministers, in particular the coordinating minister, the economy and planning minister. What was delight to see how Jakarta, Indonesia, is already planning for sustainable development. And as you know, President Yudhoyono was one of the chairs of the 27-member panel that was constituted by Secretary General to formulate sustainable development agenda. So this was a very good official visit, and we were able to reinforce the commitment of the Indonesian government for supporting regional member countries in sharing their experience on sustainable development while deepening their own engagement in sustainable development. While in Jakarta, I also took the opportunity to call on the Secretary General of ASEAN. This was largely because I felt that we need to augment our sub-regional economic integration processes as a part of our overall regional integration processes. And we do have an ASEAN MOU, and from what I have heard from my colleagues, that there is a need to nudge more the Secretariat to foster more deeper relationship of the United Nations and ASEAN Secretariat. So we heard from the ASEAN Secretary General, the progress made by ASEAN in trying to nurture an ASEAN economic and political community, and we promised each other that we will talk more about how to foster a deeper relationship with ASEAN Secretariat for the benefit of serving the ASEAN countries effectively, but also to share the ASEAN integration experience with South Asia regional cooperation. Also, I was able to touch base on the Secretary General of the Deputy Secretary General of the SAARC, and we had some exchange of taking that dialogue forward. So looking ahead and also to conclude my remarks, I wish to alert you to some important upcoming events that I will be participating on. I leave Friday night for Melbourne in Australia, where I will take part in the 3rd G20 Sherpa and the Deputies of the Finance Ministers meeting, which, as you know, I continue to handle at the behest of the Secretary General. Second, I will be proactively participating at the ECOSOC meeting, which will be held after next weekend. I will travel to New York. This is the annual session of Economic and Social Council, which this year will have the high-level political forum on sustainable development as part of its deliberation. I will be participating in the Executive Secretary's dialogue with ECOSOC on what is called Unlocking and Reshaping Development and Enhancing Implementation, the regional context. I will also be making an intervention at the Ministerial Dialogue on weaving regional realities and regional priorities into the post-2015 development agenda, and participating at the 2014 high-level meeting on the Development Cooperation Forum, the theme of which is bringing the future of development cooperation to post-2015 development agenda. I will also participate in a coordination meeting with the other executive secretaries of the regional commissions and meet up with the United Nations Joint Inspection Unit and attend a meeting of the United Nations Executive Committee on Economic and Social Affairs coordinated by DESA. Taking advantage of being in New York, I will be meeting a number of permanent representatives of the regions and would very much appreciate your support to facilitate these meetings. Following my visit to New York, I will come back to Bangkok, but then leave shortly for Japan, that has hosted me for an official visit. This is a state visit, and I will brief you on its outcomes after the visit is over. I have also been asked to go at the end of July to Pacific Islands. In late July, I'm scheduled to deliver my remarks on behalf of the Secretary General at the Pacific Islands Forum in Palau. That meeting comes just ahead of the 3rd Global Conference on Small Island Developing States to be held in Samoa at the beginning of September, where Secretary General and a number of undersecretaries will be present to participate in a number of conferences and special events. Mr. Chair, Excellencies, you can see it has been a very busy time with no let-up in sight. The international community continues to move forward with negotiating and finalizing the post-2015 development agenda, and we in Asia Pacific can and must play a key role in that process. As I said in my nearly half a year at ACPR, in the talks I've had with ambassadors and permanent representatives and the senior leadership of countries, it is clear to me that while the region is vast and is home to many perspectives on sustainable development, it does not preclude a leadership role for Asia and the Pacific in the global dialogue. The region continues to drive still worldwide economic growth, and many of its countries are showing the way with innovative social and environmental programs. Through our collaboration at such platforms as the Commission, the APFSD, the Outreach Meeting on Sustainable Financing, we can ensure that our efforts at regional connectivity and resilience from disasters and other shocks will serve as a useful model for other regions in bringing prosperity and stability to the lives of the people whom we all serve. But I cannot do it alone. I need your support, and I'm really glad that you have been able to make it to take these discussions forward for the remaining part of the year. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary, for your opening remarks. We have listened with great attention of the very comprehensive yet succinct and very informative briefing that you provided us this morning. They covered, as I believe, three major points. One is the successful events that were happening in the ACPR region, the other being the missions that Madam Secretary has completed and would be embarking on soon. We have these Madam Secretary's, Executive Secretary's missions that has completed, and the future that she's going to embark upon is a testimony to her tireless effort in furthering ACPR mandate in the Asia-Pacific region. We wish her all the best in her new missions from here on. I would like to now open the floor for any questions or comments from ACPR members. Please do not take my statement very seriously as a comprehensive and succinct. If you have any remarks or questions there from anybody. Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary, for your remarks and briefing. We will now move on to agenda item 4, approval of the draft resume of discussion at the 353rd session held on 24th March 2014. The draft resume of discussions of the ACPR at its 353rd session, ACPR/353/RD/1, held on 24th March 2014, has been circulated to ACPR members for comments. Members have previously agreed that any proposed changes should be submitted in writing to the Secretariat for distribution to ACPR members in advance of this session. Are there any additional comments on the draft resume of the discussions? I see none. May I declare the resume of the 353rd session approved? The draft resume is approved. Agenda item 5, 70th session of the Commission. A, outcome of the first phase. B, preparation for the second phase. For this agenda item, I note that the information documents ACPR/354/INF/1 and ACPR/354/INF/2/Ref2 has been circulated to ACPR. As Madam Executive Secretary alluded in her opening remarks, I would like to now invite Mr. Adnan Eliani, Secretary of the Commission, to brief us on this agenda item. Mr. Aliani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, you may kindly recall that owing to special circumstances in Bangkok, the 70th session is being held in two phases. Phase 1 was held at the UNCC in Bangkok on 23rd May 2014, with Phase 2 scheduled to be held from 4 to 8 August 2014. The Commission elected His Excellency Ambassador Qazi Imtiaz Hussain of Bangladesh as chair of Phase 1. Ambassador Jocelyn Batun Garcia of the Philippines and Ambassador Viali Wagi of Papua New Guinea were elected as vice chairs. The Commission considered Agenda Item 3, Review of Issues Pertinent to Subsidiary Structure of the Commission, A, Macroeconomic Policy, Poverty Reduction and Inclusive Development. Agenda Item 4, Management Issues, including the report on the evaluation of activities of SCAP during biennium 2012 to 2013, the program changes for biennium 2014-2015, the draft strategic framework for the biennium 2016-2017, Agenda Item 5 on evaluation pursuant to Resolution 67/4, Agenda Item 6 on the report of the ACPR, Agenda Item 7 on the dates and the theme topic of the 71st session, and Agenda Item 10, other matters which included the election of the members of the Governing Council of the Asia Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology, as well as considering part of the report of the third session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reductions, particularly focusing on disaster statistics. Phase 1 of the 70th session adopted two resolutions. These were ESCAP/RES/70/1 on implementation of the Bangkok Declaration on Regional Economic Cooperation and Integration in Asia and the Pacific, and ESCAP/RES/70/2 on disaster-related statistics in Asia and the Pacific. Document ACPR/354/INF/1 contains information for your consideration on the preliminary plan for implementation of the above two resolutions. The concerned divisions of the Secretariat will work closely with ACPR members on the proposed implementation of the respective resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aliani, for the briefing. May I invite any comments from or questions from ACPR members at this stage? I see none. Let us now move to agenda item 6.
Mr. Chair, can I also the upcoming session?
Sure. Upcoming session's coming next, isn't it? Please go ahead with the upcoming sessions.
I would now like to brief the ACPR on the upcoming session, the second phase of the 70th session. Document ACPR/354/INF/2/Rev1 contains an update on the preparations for Phase 2 of the 70th Commission session. As distinguished ACPR members are aware, the second phase of the 70th session will be held at the United Nations Conference Center in Bangkok from 4 to 8 August 2014. A one-day preparatory meeting of the Special Body on Least Developed and Landlocked Developing and Pacific Island Developing States will be held on Sunday, 3rd August. We hope that the heads of delegations would be at the ministerial level for Phase 2 of the 70th session. Invitation letters for Phase 2 of the 70th session were dispatched on 10 June 2014. All delegates are kindly requested to register online at https:// http://meetings.unscap.org. This would facilitate issuance of meeting badges as well as security checks. Pre-session documents can be downloaded from the Commission website at www.unscap.org/commission. Annex 1 of the document contains the latest timetable of the Commission session. Allow me to highlight some of the key events of phase 2 of the Commission session. These include, in the senior officials segment as part of the special body, a high-level discussion on development cooperation in the post-2015 era, perspectives from Asia and the Pacific, LDCs, LLDCs, and Pacific Island developing countries. There will, in addition to that, in the ministerial segment, there will be 3 ministerial panels. The first would be the ministerial roundtable on the theme study of the Commission session, which is on regional connectivity for shared prosperity. In addition, we will have a ministerial panel on Asia-Pacific perspectives on sustainable development, which will bring out the highlights of what was discussed in the APFSD as well as at the outreach meeting on sustainable financing for discussion at the Commission level. And also we would have a ministerial panel on the economic and social survey for Asia and the Pacific. Country statements will be presented during the ministerial segment at the following time slots. On Thursday, 7 August from 15:30 to 17:30 hours, and on Friday, 8 August from 1400 to 1600 hours. In view of time constraints, country statements may need to be summarized, as delivery time will be limited to 5 minutes only. Delegations are requested to inform the Secretariat of the date and time they would prefer to deliver the statements. Of course, the longer text of statements like last year will be put up on the Commission website as well. In addition, as the Executive Secretary had indicated in her statement, I am pleased to inform the distinguished delegates that a special event on regional consultation on accountability for the post-2015 development agenda will be held as part of the session on 5th and 6th of August 2014. The Secretariat is working on an information note for the event, and as soon as it is ready, we will share it with you. If the distinguished delegates wish, we can schedule an informal briefing of the ACPR on the special event. In addition to that special event, we will also have the 5th Asia-Pacific G20 consultation, as well as the launching of the Economic and Social Survey for Asia and the Pacific, and the launch of the Survey of Surveys, Asia and the Pacific, a story of transformation and resurgences. And all of these would happen on the 6th of August, on Wednesday, 6th of August. On the 7th of August, we would have a side event on mainstreaming disaster risk reduction in Asia and the Pacific region, paving the way for the 3rd World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction, Sendai, Japan. And this side event is co-organized by ACPR and the government of Japan. Finally, members of the Commission intending to submit draft resolutions to the Commission are strongly urged to submit them to the Executive Secretary at least 1 month prior to the commencement of the session of the Commission, in order to allow sufficient time for review by members and associate members of the Commission. This means that we expect at the latest to receive resolutions by the 1st of July 2014. In pursuance of paragraph 6 of Annex 1 of Resolution 69/1, the Commission shall not consider draft resolutions submitted 1 week of the first day of the within 1 week of the first day of the Commission session. This means that no resolution will be considered for adoption after 25th July 2014. So all resolutions must be submitted before that time for consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Aleni, for your very comprehensive briefing. First, on the outcome of the first phase of the Commission session. The later half of his presentation was on the preparation for the second phase. Are there comments or observations to his second part of the presentation? While you are thinking about your comments, I would like to, as part of the ACPR this morning, and I'm sure I echo the sentiments of everyone around this room, that we would like to join his appeal, that particularly, of course, that of the ESCAP Secretariat, in hoping that the delegation to the second phase would be led at the ministerial or attended at the ministerial level, particularly in view of the very important and substantive agenda item before us. If I were to cite one, is the post-2015 development agenda, and we all know that we are at the cusp of the finalization of the discussion, global discourse on that, and perhaps it will be very, very successful. It will be very important for us to have in Excellency the Ministers lead lead the delegation to this important second phase. We hear very loud and clear of Mr. Adnan Alian is reminding us about the timely submission of the resolutions. It's very important as part of our own decision last year that we submit on the time frame that he has kindly flagged off. And I'm sure that we will all be able to adhere to those timelines so that it will greatly facilitate the substantive discussion that we are talking about. Thank you. Any other views, comments, observations? I see none. May I then move to agenda item 6, tentative work plan of ACPR from July 2014 to June 2015. For this agenda item, I note that the information document ACPR/354/INF/3 has been circulated to ACPR. If Mr. Alani has caught up his breath, may I invite him to again brief us on this agenda item. Thank you, Mr. Alani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Document ACPR/354/INF/3 contains the tentative work plan of ACPR for the period July 2014 to June 2015. The work plan has been prepared based on the functions of ACPR as stipulated in Annex 3 of Resolution 69/1. Topics included for discussion at each session are tentative. Additional items would be added to address emerging issues as we go forward, and informal sessions will be scheduled as needed or requested. The Secretariat would appreciate receiving views and comments of ACPR on the tentative work plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alani. May I now invite any comments from ACPR members? I see none. We will now move to agenda item 6, entitled Draft Template on Reporting the Implementation of the Commission Resolutions. For this agenda item, I note that the information document ACPR/354/INF/4 has been circulated to ACPR. I would like to invite Mr. Alani to brief us on this agenda item. Thank you, Mr. Alani.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, paragraph 3D of Resolution 69/1 requests the Executive Secretary to submit to the Commission at its 71st session in 2015 a report on strengthening the effectiveness of the resolutions adopted by the Commission, including indications of measurable outcomes and reporting modalities for the actions to be undertaken by Member States and the Secretariat. The Secretariat developed a template to establish consistent reporting by Member States using Resolution 69/10 as a pilot case to formulate guidelines for reporting on implementation. At its last meeting, the informal working group of the ACPR on implementing Resolution 69/1 agreed that the Secretariat should add a section to the template soliciting best practices from countries and place the revised template before the ACPR for its final consideration. The revised template on reporting and the implementation of the Commission is contained in Annex 1 of document ACPR/354/INF/4. ACPR is invited to review and approve the template so that it can be tested. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Aliani, for the briefing. May I now invite comments from ACPR members on this draft template? I see none. I think we unanimously and vociferously agree to it. Thank you very much. May I commend the Secretariat for coming up with this very, very important template. Moving on to agenda item 8, entitled Report of the Informal Working Group on the Implementation of Resolution 69/1. For this agenda item, I note that information document ACPR/354/INF/5 has been circulated to ACPR. May I invite yet again Mr. Aliani to brief us on this agenda item.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, distinguished delegates may kindly recall that at its 350th session, ACPR established an informal working group on the implementation of Resolution 69/1, chaired by His Excellency Ambassador Qazi Imtiaz Hussain of Bangladesh, with the task of undertaking a detailed consideration of paragraph 3 of Resolution 69/1. The advisory committee had earlier agreed at an informal meeting on 26 September 2013 that items C, D, and E of paragraph 3 would be examined in the period before the 70th session of the Commission, and items A, B, and F would be examined in the period between the 70th session and the 71st session of the Commission. The outcomes of the informal working group's deliberation are summarized in document ACPR/354/INF/5. The Secretariat would appreciate receiving views or comments of the ACPR on the report of the informal working group. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Aliani. Is there any comments? May I invite any comments from ACPR? I see the representative, distinguished representative of Iran. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, allow me at the outset to congratulate you for your election as the chair of this meeting, and also I'm sure that under your leadership you will lead and to have a very successful meeting and with substantive outcomes. Allow me also to express our appreciation to the Executive Secretary for the very informative briefing on the action undertaken by Her Excellency and also the SCAP Secretariat in the various fields. I would also like to thank Mr. Aliani for the report on this document. Mr. Chairman, on the report of the informal working group on the implementation of the resolution 69/1, On the top of the third page, under the Roman 3 items to be examined in the period between the 70th and 71st session of the Commission, B, on the converting the Committee on Information and Communication Technology into a Committee on Technology. Mr. Chairman, we believe that during the discussions in the ACPR informal meetings, and also during the Forum on Sustainable Development in Pattaya, there was a strong emphasis on having a new committee on the issue of the innovation and technology issues. Here there's a reference that you're asking for the keeping the standalone committee on the ICT. Of course, the ICT is a critical field of technology for development, and my delegation also would try to emphasize the importance of the ICT for the development. But however, it seems that if we, at this stage, to emphasize that we need to, the ICT Technology Committee should remain as a standalone committee, then we are strategizing ourselves for the upcoming discussions that we will have from between the 70th and 71st session of the annual session of the Commission. Because we believe that perhaps we need the flexibility at this stage to see the possibilities, to consider the options, and we should not, let's say, constrain ourselves in a situation that because of the administrative arrangements or because of the constraint on the limit of the number of the committees, then we could not really have an informed, at least, decision on which kind of committee we want. Perhaps at this stage we should leave off the flexibility to ourselves, and we believe that we should consider both the ICT committee and the Committee on Technology all together in the upcoming year to see the possibilities, and we hope that other colleagues also can support this idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Iran, for a very important point. Would any delegation like to take the floor at this stage before I request the Secretariat to comment on the suggestion that's just been put to the floor? I see none. Would the Secretariat respond perhaps to this proposal? Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Iran. We can certainly change the language in the paragraph, particularly in consideration of the outcome of the APFSD in Pattaya. But as this was developed in close cooperation and consultation with the chair of the working group, we would have to consult him as well. And based on those consultations, we will revise the language and perhaps soften it a little bit to give us that flexibility that you're talking about. Thank you, sir.
I hope that is to the satisfaction, and I'm sure the Secretariat will include you in this informal consultation, you and others who would like to join. Thank you very much for your point, Mr. Aliani. Are there any additional comments? If none, may we move to agenda item. Sorry, please excuse me. I see the distinguished representative of India. Give you the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We take into consideration the comments made by our distinguished colleague from Iran, Whereas this paragraph also very clearly says that while the ICT committee could continue to be a standalone committee, there is another proposed study for ascertaining whether an informal group, the feasibility of creating an additional committee is also incorporated in this thing. So the flexibility is already existing over there. And both the committees, depending upon the study, both the committees could either be merged or separate standalone or independent committees, overlapping architecture, anything could come in through that study also. So this could also be taken into consideration while changing the paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Distinguished Representative India, for the very useful comment. Are there any additional comments from the rest of the delegations? If none, may we move to agenda item 9, briefing on the outcome of the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development Pattaya, Thailand, 19 to 21st May 2014. I would like to invite Mr. Ray Kwang Chung, Chief of the Environment Development Division, to brief us on the outcome of the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished members of ACPR. As Executive Secretary has already provided a substantive briefing on the major outcomes of APST, I will make a short briefing to supplement to what Executive Secretary has already touched on. The inaugural Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, co-hosted by the Royal Thai Government and organized by ASCAP, was held in Pattaya, Thailand from 19 to 21 May 2014. I wish to take this opportunity to express appreciation for the generous and the warm hospitality of the Royal Thai Government in hosting the over 260 participants who attend the forum, including more than 150 representatives of 32 ASCAP member governments and 36 representatives from international organizations and over 60 representatives from major groups and other stakeholder organizations. I would also like to take this opportunity to express gratitude for the able steering of the forum conducted by the two co-chairs, His Excellency Mr. Bektas, Vice Minister of Environment and Water Resources of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and also Mrs. Kanchana Patarachoke from Deputy Director General and Department of International Organizations, Foreign Ministry of Thailand, as well as the support from the members of the Bureau. Over the course of the 3 days meeting, the forum reviewed Asia-Pacific perspective on sustainable development, including regional priorities and challenges. As part of the forum, a preparatory session for the 2014 annual ministerial review of ECOSOC was also organized on the theme of addressing ongoing and emerging challenges for meeting the Millennium Development Goals in 2015 and for sustaining development gains in the future. 5 other roundtables sessions also discussed integration and transformation for sustainable development, shared prosperity within planetary boundaries, means of implementation, financing, technology, global partnership, the way forward, shaping an effective and dynamic regional process for sustainable development, and the rule of law in the post-2015 development agenda. The forum provides the opportunity for interactive and substantive discussions, and I would like to express my thanks to the participants for the spirit of cooperation through which the meeting was conducted, and for the important and innovative contributions made throughout the 3 days, both by the panelists and the participant and the representative of the governments. At the forum, it was agreed that the chair summary as the main outcome of the meeting will be brought to the attention of the second meeting of the HLPF in July at the ECOSOC. A draft chair summary was shared with the participants during the meeting, and the comments and inputs received by 31st of May have been incorporated by the Secretariat into the chair summary. The final draft is now shared with the two co-chairs for their final review and action, and once finalized by the co-chairs, it will be distributed to all the members of
Thank you, Mr. Chung, for your briefing. May I now invite any comments from ACPR members? I see none. May we then move to agenda item 10, briefing on the outcome of the Asia-Pacific Outreach Meeting on Sustainable Development Financing, Jakarta, 10th to 11th June 2014. I would like to invite Mr. Anul Hassan, Chief of the Development Policy Section, Macroeconomic Policy and Development Division, to brief us on the outcome of the meeting. Mr. Hassan, please.
Thank you, Chair, and distinguished ACPR members, Excellencies. Like Mr. Rekwan, my job is also becoming very difficult because Executive Secretary has said everything what needs to be said. But anyway, this will be a challenge for me to say a few things because it is an agenda item. So, Mr. Chair, with your permission, meeting was, I would say, it's a very good meeting, substantively, and also very successful meeting. Executive Secretary has already mentioned the participants. So let me give you some numbers. There were 14 ministers and deputy ministers of planning, finance, and other ministries. 7 central bank governors and deputy governors, and 4 ambassadors and many other participants from civil society, private sector, and so on, including 150 people, more than 150 people attended. And there were 12 LDC and SIDS ministers and governors attended in this meeting. Mr. Chair, as the Executive Secretary has already pointed out, the 2 co-chairs and 5 regional members of the committee were also present, so they have taken the input from this meeting. A short report of this meeting will be submitted to the Commission, as indicated by the Secretary of the Commission, and a longer outcome document detailing all the discussion, the key findings and key outcomes will be circulated, shared very soon. Mr. Chair, allow me to just say a few points about the opening outcomes. Executive Secretary in the concluding session summarized very clearly some 10 major outcomes. Let me share 4 or 5 of them. The first one was, there was an interesting proposal made during the meeting, was to create a passport for capital akin to a telephone number that includes an international country code. Now, this would help to tackle profit shifting, transfer pricing, and money laundering. The implementation of this proposal, if it is done, will require concentrated effort at the regional, global levels, and ASCAP could provide research and an initial assessment on this. So this is a very important and useful suggestion that came in the meeting. The second one is, while the further development of capital markets promises to enhance intermediation between savings and investment within the region, it will be imperative to provide capacity building and assistance to the least developed countries and Pacific Island developing states to help them set up capital markets, institutions, and regulatory framework. This is a very important point because these are small countries. Third, China's initiative to establish an Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank was recognized during the meeting by the participants, and further regional discussion would be appropriate to fully take advantage of the potential of such region-wide mechanism for infrastructure financing. Fourth point, Mr. Chair, with regard to financial inclusion, a higher priority should be assigned to strengthening financial literacy, taking advantage of ICT, and improving regulatory frameworks, especially for consumer protections. And finally, Mr. Chair, Madam Executive Secretary has already mentioned the importance of mainstreaming sustainable development into national budgets. I would like to add that this is particularly important for climate finance as well. This will allow countries to track the cost and benefits of climate expenditure more effectively, which would help mobilize more international resources. Mr. Chair, I will stop here, and as I said earlier, that any difficult questions should be addressed to the Madam Executive Secretary, and I'll be happy to take other questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that very important task. I shall do that accordingly. Mr. Hassan, thank you very much for underscoring some of the salient, salient aspects of the meeting that is under discussions. Are there any comments that I wish to invite from the floor at this stage? I hate to disappoint you, Mr. Hassan. No difficult and no easy questions. No questions. I guess the briefing provided by Madam Executive Secretary and yourself have been very comprehensive. Should we move to agenda item 11? For this agenda item, we will hear 5 briefings on the preparations of the upcoming intergovernmental meetings to be held in the second half of 2014. With your permission, I would like to invite the Secretariat to brief the Advisory Committee first before giving the floor to members for comments and questions. If that is acceptable, then our first briefing is on agenda 11A, 4th session of the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, Bangkok, 14-16 October 2014. For this agenda, I note that information document ACPR/354-7 has been circulated to ACPR. I would like to invite Ms. Tiziana Bonapace, Officer in charge of the Information and Communication Technology and Disaster Risk Reduction Division, to brief us on the upcoming committee session. Ms. Bonapace, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 4th session of the committee will take place from 14 to 16 October 2014 in Bangkok. The Executive Secretary will open the committee in the afternoon on 14 of October. And the proposed agenda before you is a balance between core regional ICT connectivity work of the Secretariat and forward-looking innovations that have important cross-sectoral implications for policymakers. The first substantive item on the agenda will be on the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway. In implementation of Commission Resolution 69/10, the session focuses on the role that enhanced region-wide cohesiveness of ICT infrastructure networks could play in delivering affordable and reliable broadband internet for all. The session reviews progress achieved since the 3rd session. It also includes a review of gaps and missing links that emerged from the regional map that was drawn up of ICT infrastructure routes. This map was developed in partnership with ITU, and we will also be briefly presenting findings of a series of sub-regional analytical studies. And the committee will be invited to consider and endorse the recommendations contained in the document. On the morning of the second day, the committee will consider the agenda item on measuring progress in implementation of the outcomes of the World Summit on the Information Society, the WSIS. Within the framework of the 10-year review by the Global Commission on Science and Technology for Development, which is scheduled in 2015, and in the context of ESCAP's support to UNCTAD, this session reviews the progress achieved in the region. The session will identify good practices and consider ways forward for the WSIS process in the context of the evolving post-2015 development agenda. The Secretariat will then organize a joint session with the members of the Governing Council of APCICT joining the members of the committee to consider the agenda item on regional capacity building on ICT for development. In this session, the committee will review programs and activities related to building human and institutional capacity for using ICT for socio-economic development. In the afternoon, the Secretariat will organize for the first time a joint session of the Committee on ICT and the Committee on Transport to consider the benefits emerging from interconnected innovations in the two sectors. The committee will review how synchronized planning, construction, and deployment of ICT and transport infrastructure saves costs, enhances efficiencies, and supports sustainable development through the evolution of intelligent and networked transport systems that support smart infrastructure hubs and smart cities throughout the region. The committee will be invited to reflect on country experiences and recommendations to strengthen regional cooperation through ESCAP's intergovernmental agreements on the Asian Highway and Trans-Asian Railways. And then the final session will be on the topic of ICT as a critical infrastructure for enhanced e-resilience and disaster risk management. We plan to send official invitations to seats of government in early July, and the Secretariat looks forward to working closely with members of ACPR to secure participation of ICT policy decision makers. And then finally, in collaboration with key partners of ESCAP, a series of side events will be organized alongside the committee. These will consist of the Governing Council of APC-ICT, an expert consultation on e-resilience, an UNCTAD ESCAP expert consultation on the WSIS outcome, and a Eurasian Cyber Bridge, which will be an exhibition that will be developed in collaboration with the European Commission and other partners in the context of the ASEM Summit hosted by Italy this year, and the ICT Awareness Campaign, which takes place in Europe over the month of October each year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Bonaparte, for the briefing. Let us now move to the next briefing on agenda item 11B, fourth session of the Committee on Transport, Bangkok, 15-17 October 2014. For this agenda item, first the information document ACPR/354/INF/6 has been circulated to ACPR. I would like to invite Mr. Dong Woo Ha, Director of the Transport Division, to brief us on the upcoming committee session. Mr. Ha, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The fourth session of the Committee on Transport will be convened here in UNCC in Bangkok from 15 to 17 October 2014. Letters of invitation along with the provisional agenda and information note for participants will be sent out very soon to seats of government and concerned organizations inside and outside of the UN system. Mr. Chairperson, as you already heard from the briefing on ICT Committee, under Agenda Item 3, the Transport Committee will have a joint session with ICT Committee to consider the multi-sectoral approaches to the development infrastructure of transport and ICT, utilizing already existing regional cooperation mechanisms of intergovernmental agreement on Asian Highway and Trans-Asian Railway Network. This multi-sectoral approach is in line with the outcome of the theme study on regional connectivity for shared prosperity, which will be deliberated during the upcoming Commission session in August. The committee will also consider several important topics. The Secretariat will report on the progress in the implementation of the Regional Action Program for Transport Development in Asia and Pacific, Phase 2, 2012 to 2016, which was adopted by the Ministerial Conference on Transport in 2012 and subsequently endorsed by the Commission through resolution. The committee will also discuss major issues in transport. First, the development and operation of dry port as a means to follow up to the intergovernmental agreement on dry port, which was signed in November last year during the Forum of ASEAN Ministers of Transport. Second, transport facilitation and logistic development. Third, promoting inclusive and sustainable transport systems. The committee will also consider draft program of work for the biennium 2016-2017 and provide the Secretariat with the guidance on future program focus areas. All the background document will be made available in time on ASCAP Transport Division's website. We would very much appreciate the assistance of members of ACPR in encouraging the participation of appropriate government officials and the inclusion of representatives of private sector in their delegations. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ha, for your briefing. The next briefing is on agenda item 11C, Asian and Pacific Conference on Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment, Beijing Plus 20 Review, Bangkok 17-20 November 2014. I would like to invite Ms. Nanda Kre-Rix, Director of the Social Development Division, to brief us on the upcoming conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and a very good morning to all distinguished ACPR representatives. We are grateful for this opportunity to brief you on our preparations for the November Gender Conference. As you are aware, 2015 will mark a very important milestone, namely the 20th anniversary of the adoption of the Beijing Platform for Action by the Fourth World Conference on Women. The Economic and Social Council, in Resolution 2013/18, decided to conduct a global review and appraisal of the Beijing Platform for Action. And to prepare for this review, ECOSOC has called upon all the regional commissions to undertake regional reviews that will feed into the global process. And the Council has also called upon member states to undertake national level reviews of the progress made and challenges encountered in the implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action. And the resolution also calls upon governments to engage with civil society in the review process. As you can see on the screen, the details on the organization of the conference appear. And invitations to the conference were issued yesterday by the Executive Secretary to all ESCAP member states. The conference is being held at the ministerial level, so we're expecting ministers to be in attendance, as well as senior officials from ministries such as the National Women's Machineries, Planning, Social Development, and Finance. And similar to past practice, civil society, the UN system, other intergovernmental organizations, and development partners will be invited to attend as observers. And in this regard, the Secretariat is coordinating closely with UN Women to ensure synergies between the regional process as well as the global process. What are the objectives of the conference? And there are three key ones. The first is to review and appraise progress, challenges, and gaps in the implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action since 1995. The second is to review strategies and enhance the means of implementation to accelerate the full and effective implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action. And the third objective is to consider and adopt the Asia-Pacific regional input for the global review that will take place in 2015. And this will be in the form of a ministerial declaration. Let me now, Mr. Chairman, just recall the background of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. As you will recall, it was adopted by the UN General Assembly in 1996. The platform is the global policy document on gender equality and women's empowerment, specifying objectives and goals in 12 critical areas of concern. Every 5 years, the Commission on the Status of Women reviews progress in the implementation of the platform, and there have been 3 reviews to date. And 2015, which will mark the 20th anniversary, will also mark the 4th review of the Beijing Platform for Action. Therefore, the ESCAP conference in November will be the intergovernmental platform for the Asia-Pacific Regional Review. You see on the screen the regional preparatory process, and it's a comprehensive one. There are 3 tracks. Track 1 focuses on the intergovernmental consensus building process, and it includes the holding of the 3rd session of the Committee on Social Development. as a preparatory body for the November conference, and the committee session will be held in August. Please note that the committee will undertake the first reading of the zero draft of the conference outcome document, and the outcome of the conference will be submitted to the 71st session of the Commission as well as the 59th session of the Commission on the Status of Women. As you can see, Track 2 focuses on research and analysis, and this involves the conduct of a regional intergovernmental survey on progress in the implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action. Your feedback will form the basis for the key background document for the conference, which will be the Asia-Pacific Regional Report. And Track 3 focuses on stakeholder engagement with civil society. And we've already held one consultation in February with civil society, and there will be another one back-to-back with the November conference. As I had mentioned, the Committee on Social Development will serve as the preparatory body, so it is a significant committee session for us. We're showing on the screen those governments that have already confirmed their participation in the committee session. As all member states have a stake in the negotiation process, particularly on the outcome document, we are seeking ACPR support to expedite the confirmation of participation of those governments that have yet to respond. With regard to the regional survey, on the screen, you see those governments that have provided responses to the survey on the implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action. The deadline was 15th April, and I would like to thank the 32 governments which responded to the survey. As you can see, the response rate for certain sub-regions has been very, very positive, very high for the Pacific, for South and Southwest Asia, and also for East and Northeast Asia. We would like to encourage, even though the deadline has passed, countries from Southeast Asia, as well as North and Central Asia, to try to get the responses to us by latest the end of next week, so that we can capture then the feedback from your government that will form the basis for this very important regional report, which will also be sent to the global level. What are the expected outcomes of this conference? Well, there are three. The first is that we expect that the conference will enhance understanding of the progress, challenges, and gaps in implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action since 1995. Secondly, it is expected that the conference will promote increased regional cooperation, particularly in identifying forward-looking strategies and means for accelerating implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action. And thirdly, we are expecting that the conference will ensure a stronger and united Asia-Pacific voice and influence in the global Beijing Plus 20 review in 2015. I end, Mr. Chairman, with a reminder of what is fundamental to our work, namely the promotion of equality, development, and peace. The Secretariat looks forward to the full and effective participation of your government in the November Gender Conference. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cray-Rich, for your presentation. And the ACPR. What did it say? Okay. I just wanted to say we are reminded of your last part. I like it, and the ACPR stands reminded of the issues of women empowerment. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Ms. Rikke Hansen, Chief of the Economic and Environment Statistics Section, Statistics Division, to brief us on the next two agenda item 11D, Ministerial Meeting on Civil Registration and Vital Statistics, CRVS, in Asia and Pacific, Bangkok 24-28 November 2014, and 11E, fourth session of the Committee on Statistics, Bangkok 17-19 December 2014. Ms. Hansen, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Distinguished representatives, it is my pleasure to present an overview of the preparations for the Ministerial Conference on Civil Registration and Vital Statistics in Asia and the Pacific. The Ministerial Conference, the first of its kind, will be held here in Bangkok in November this year. As you will note on the bottom of this slide, the organization of the Ministerial Conference is a collaborative undertaking. The 8 organizing partners are using the slogan, "Get everyone in the picture," because civil registration and vital statistics, or CRVS in short, is about including all people in development. So why is CRVS about inclusion? Well, CRVS is the recording of important events in people's lives, such as births and deaths. That registration results in legal documents, such as a birth certificate that allows an individual to prove details of legal name, parents, date of birth, etc. It also produces a public record, and the details in those records is the basis for population databases and the production of vital statistics, such as on leading causes of death, population by province, and so forth. CRVS systems are important for development because they protect the right to have a legal identity. This is something that has been highlighted as a key feature in the discussions on the post-2015 development agenda. They also facilitate social protection and access to services such as healthcare and education. They support good governance and effective public administration. And they produce statistics for evidence-based policy and planning and accurate monitoring of progress in national development plans, Millennium Development Goals. Now, the Ministerial Conference is convened in pursuance of Commission Resolution 69/15, which called for a multi-sectoral ministerial conference to forge commitment on CRVS. The Ministerial Conference will take advantage of the opportunity presented by the current discussions on a post-2015 development agenda by featuring a ministerial panel on the importance of CRVS as a means of implementation for the post-2015 development agenda. We expect to welcome ministers and senior officials responsible for elements of civil registration and vital statistics systems. That includes ministries of Interior, Home Affairs, or Justice, ministers of Health, ministers of Planning, and heads of national statistical offices to the conference. For the many countries where CRVS is coordinated at the cabinet level, we expect representation from offices of heads of governments or the cabinet. The objectives of the conference. Agreement on the priorities for CRVS improvements in the region. Commitment to accelerate and focus efforts of governments and development partners to improve CRVS systems in all Asian and Pacific countries by 2024. And declaring an Asian and Pacific CRVS decade to support that commitment. In order to achieve the three objectives, 2 outcome documents are currently under development. The first is a ministerial declaration to get everyone in the picture. And the second is a regional action framework for the decade, which contains 3 goals that you can see on the bottom right on this slide. 1, universal civil registration. 2, accurate, complete, and timely vital statistics. And 3, all individuals are provided with legal documents to claim identity and ensuring rights. Preparations for the Ministerial Conference in fact began already with a high-level meeting on CRVS, which was held in December 2012. And this meeting recommended that CRVS be elevated to the ministerial level. And this was supported by the Commission in Resolution 69/15, where the Commission also decided to establish a high-level steering group to guide the work on CRVS. This steering group is chaired by the Minister of Health from Fiji and with vice chairs from Australia, India, and the Philippines. In April this year, a zero draft of the Regional Action Framework was distributed to all seats of government for national consultations. The Secretariat is now working to finalize a preliminary draft which will be considered at a regional preparatory meeting that will be held at the end of August here in Bangkok. I take the opportunity to thank members of ACPR for the support that you have already provided in this consultation process. We also look forward to welcoming you, distinguished representatives, to the regional preparatory meeting in August, as well as experts from across institutions of your respective governments. Mr. Chair, distinguished representatives, you can help get everyone in the picture and ensure a successful outcome of the Ministerial Conference by advocating for and helping securing ministerial level representation to the conference, by facilitating and coordinating nominations among the multiple line ministries involved in this important development issue, and last but not least, lending your personal experience and expertise as participants to the regional preparatory meeting and to the Ministerial Conference. You may find additional information in the pamphlet that has been distributed in the room today. On the conference website, you see the link on this slide, or by contacting the officer in charge of the Statistics Division, Ms. Shamika Sirimane, whom I believe many of you have the pleasure to already know well. Thank you for your attention. Mr. Chair, with your permission, I will proceed to provide an overview of the preparations for the Committee on Statistics. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to proceed by giving an update on the preparations for the fourth session of the Committee on Statistics, which will take place from 17 to 19 December 2014. At the moment, the agenda for the session is being developed under the guidance of the active and competent Bureau of the Committee on Statistics. The Bureau comprises the chief statisticians of the Maldives, Mongolia, New Zealand, the Republic of Korea, and Samoa, together with the chair of the committee, the chief statistician from the Philippines. I take the opportunity to express our sincere thanks for their expert contributions and active involvement in this process. During its fourth session, the committee will review and consider regional strategies, plans, and progress in areas of economic statistics, social statistics, civil registration and vital statistics, agricultural statistics, and the modernization of statistical production and services. Work in these areas is overseen by a number of working and advisory groups which have been established by the Committee on Statistics. Deliberations will take place on the background and progress from each of these expert bodies. In addition, the committee will discuss and recommend regional approaches to respond to emerging issues and priorities, including gender statistics, environment statistics, and not least the role of statistics and statisticians in the formulation and implementation of the post-2015 development agenda. Further, following Commission Resolution 70/2 on disaster-related statistics in Asia and the Pacific, which established an expert group to improve statistics in this policy priority area for the region, the Committee on Statistics will review the initial work of this expert group and provide guidance on its further work. The agenda, when fully developed, will be circulated to members of the ACPR for your further guidance. Mr. Chair, distinguished representatives, I'm confident that the fourth session of the Committee on Statistics will be successful in reaching consensus and deciding on a range of key areas for regional collaboration on statistics. The committee is an active and engaged forum. Its latest session, held in December 2012, benefited greatly from the participation of delegations from 39 countries. 36 of those were headed by senior officials from statistical offices coming from capitals. I take the opportunity to extend our thanks to the representatives for facilitating such senior representation, and I look forward to your support for the upcoming session to ensure an equally well-attended fourth session of the committee. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Hansen, for the presentation. I think now it should be the turn of the ACPR members to speak up. May I now invite any comments from the ACPR members on any of the preparations for the upcoming intergovernmental meetings? I see none. Should we move to agenda item 12? Tentative date and provisional agenda for the 355th session. May I invite Mr. Adnan Aliani to inform ACPR of the tentative date and provisional agenda for the 355th session. Mr. Aliani, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished representatives, we propose that the 355th session of the ACPR be held on Thursday, 11 September 2014 from 9:30 to 1200 hours in Conference Room 4. Items for discussions in the provisional agenda of ACPR 355 include number 1, opening of the session, number 2, adoption of the agenda, number 3, opening remarks of the Executive Secretary, 4, approval of the draft resume of discussions at the 354th session held on 19 June 2014, 5, outcome of the second phase of the 70th session of the Commission, 6, preparations for the 71st session of the Commission, 7, briefing on the outcomes of the third session of the Committee on Social Development, 8, preparations for A, the fourth session of the Committee of Information and Communication Technology, B, fourth session of the Committee on Transport, C, briefing on the ongoing ESCAP initiatives in sub-regional offices of North and Central Asia and South and Southwest Asia, and 10 other matters. Thank you, sir.
Are there any comments from the floor, please? Is the agenda too short? Thank you. It seems to be acceptable with the proposed agenda item. That brings us to our the last agenda item today, other matters. Distinguished representatives, would any ACPR member like to raise any other matters at this stage? Would the Executive Secretary like to raise any other matters? No, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Executive Secretary, for your presence here. Are there any delegation wishing to take the floor? We can still have the last word here. If there are none, before we close the meeting, may I, I'm sure, once again, I would be echoing the sentiments of all of us here. I want to thank, on behalf of all the delegations, the excellent documentations prepared by the Secretariat and the briefings that were given to us this morning. And I personally would like to thank the contributions made by the delegations this morning that have enriched the discussions today. In concluding, I would like to recognize the unsung heroes of the UN system, the interpreters, who make the delegations' interventions sound better by improving our grammar, syntax, and prose. I thank you very much for making us sound better. With that, may I now declare closed the 354th session of the ACPR. No objections? The meeting is